I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Mr. Noyola,
Here.
Vice President Mrs. Yokoyama Bui, Clerk Mrs. Mendoza,
Here.
Board Member Mrs. McCatton, Board Member Mr. Nishii,
Here?
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation, superintendent's evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with real property negotiator, one matter, south side of Alondra Boulevard, Government Code Section 54956.8, existing litigation. The board will be going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss one matter, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Los Angeles Superior Court Case Number 23 STC V 28433, Special Education Settlement Agreement, Student ID Number 466156, Government Code Section 54956.9, and anticipated litigation. Conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1, two matters, special education, one student matter. Are there any public comments on closed session?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So move Mendoza.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. The board now is back in open session. May I have a motion?
Se-
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can everyone please silence your cell phone? And if anyone's in need of translation services, there's someone in the back of the room that can support. Si hay una persona necesita traducción, hay una persona al fondo del pasillo que le puede asistir. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation, superintendent's evaluation, government code section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSME, and CSEA, government code section 54957.6, conference with real property negotiator, one matter south side of Alondra, government code section 54956.8, existing litigation. The board met in closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.9D1 to discuss one matter, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiation to its advantage. Los Angeles Superior Court case number 23 STCV 28433. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $27,600 with attorney fees of $5,000, compensatory education of $14,400, independent educational evaluation of $18,200 for student ID number 466156 by a vote of 7-0. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9D2 and E1, two matters, special education, one matter. For the Pledge of Allegiance, can I have Clerk Mendoza lead us? Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 16th, 2026?
So move, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 3rd, 2026?
So move,
Tatiana.
McCatton.
Tatiana motions.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. President's report. I'd just like to again congratulate all our 2026 graduates on their incredible effort and all the resilience and hard work they put in to graduate. And even though it's summer break, our schools are still wide open. We have our Summer Learning Academy in full swing. And if you drive by any of our high school campuses, you can see football, cross country, and all the fall sports already getting ready for their season next year. For this meeting, I just want to express my gratitude for another wonderful year, starting with my fellow board members. Thank you for all your commitment and hard work to our community, putting student first and at the center of everything we do. Secondly, Dr. Zilo and Cabinet, Mr. Nguyen, Dr. Frazier, Dr. Castro, and your teams, thank you for your leadership and your departments and also everything you do around the district and including putting together the LCAP, the budget, which always center around students and put them at the center, of course, of every decision we make. I want to thank our principals for, being the school community leaders and for their dedication and heart for everything they do for students and the community around their schools. Teachers for always going above and beyond everything we ask them outside their job description. They do everything to ensure that every student has what they need, they feel seen, they feel supported, and that they're capable of achieving their potential. And of course, our classified, without them, our MOT, transportation, nutrition services, custodial, we wouldn't have our safe environments, our supportive learning environments. They remove barriers from hunger to transportation for every student. So that's something we are continually dedicated, and we're all thankful for them. And our counselors on a lot of our support staff at every school who are there to support students in achieving their dreams, whether it's getting into their dream college, whether it's finding that next opportunity or figuring out what's the next step. I'm happy to report that this year our graduating seniors achieved $32 million in scholarships and financial aid. That is a huge accomplishment. That's $2 million more than last year. Last year we had $30 million, if I was correct. So I want to congratulate all our seniors for working hard, but of course that's our team working together to get them every opportunity. And lastly, I want to thank our parents for trusting us with their children. We are a partner in this effort, and we want to continue working together, and we're all committed. So with that, that is my board report. So Dr. Zilo?
Thank you. Good evening. You are correct. We are in full swing. Our summer schools for secondary began June 4th and June 8th for our elementary academy, as well as our ABC Excels program for fun in the summer and learning. The elementary academy and the middle school summer school program will end on July 2nd. The high school program will end on July 10th, and we will host our summer graduation for our students who were able to finalize everything and earn their diplomas as part of our summer program. ABC Excels is about to close up the session 2, and session 3 will be open until July 22nd. And then Migrant Ed begins their program July 8th, and that will go through July 24th. Again, just want to thank staff, administrators, teachers, classified staff, people who are willing to work in the summer for our summer programs. This is a huge difference for our kids. It's a bridge for kids that maybe they just got the hang of reading, and instead of being home all summer not reading something, they're reading for a few weeks and getting a little more help with that. And so thankful for people who are willing to step in and work in the summer. It's a lot to ask of people who worked all year, and working with students is, as my husband says, exhausting every day, because you're giving everything you have to a group of 35 kids, or at the secondary 150 kids. So I also just want to remind our families that if you are in need this summer, whether it's food, clothing, some other type of support, supplies, please reach out to our ABC Community Center. We have staff who is able to assist you. You can get their information on our website. If you go to the Family tab and you look under Mental Health and Wellness Resources tab, we have everything there. You'll see the Community Center. You'll see Care Solace if you need support with mental health, as well as our mental health staff for our summer programs. And just to the community in general, if you want to make a donation, we are able to find a lot of partners for things that help our students and their families, but not too many people want to make donations for preteen, teen children. And so we're always in need of clothing, shoes, things for our teenagers. And so if you would like to make a donation, you can go to that same tab, look up ABC Community Center, and we're happy to take things that are new or lightly used. We're trying not to do too much in terms of having to repair or clean up things, but wanting to make sure we have things that our students may need. And so with that, thank you for a great year.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Employee representative reports. Do we have anybody from ABCFT? Seeing none. AFSME or CSCA? Okay, seeing none. Public hearing. I would like to open public hearing on the initial proposal submitted by the ABC American Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, to reopen negotiations for the 2026-2027 school year. Copies of initial proposal are available for public view. Are there any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hearing no comments, the public hearing is now closed. I would like to open public hearing on the ABC Unified School District Negotiating Team response to the ABC American Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, and American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, to reopen negotiations for the 2026-2027 school year. Copies of the district response are available for the public view. Are there any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hearing no public comments, public hearing is closed. Public comments. Thank you.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section or prior to the board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to 1 presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be more than 15 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any non-English speaker who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to speak. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, the district does not verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be more than 6 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. And Mr. President, we do have one speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, retired ABC Unified School District teacher, here tonight to talk a little bit more about the Artesia bullfight. Last week, I submitted the following email to ABC Unified's communications office, and I was told tonight I will be receiving a reply. But the email reads as follows. I have a question about the use of school facilities agreement I requested for the Ross Middle School facilities used by Artesia DES on May 23rd, 2026. Since the agreement makes no mention of the Ross Middle School parking lot being used by the bullfight attendees, what is ABCUSD's explanation for apparently allowing this parking lot to be used by bullfight organizers without a signed use of school facilities agreement between Artesia DES and ABCUSD? Now, attached to this email was a date and time stamped photograph of the parking lot, full, packed. One of the vehicles in that parking lot was not left there by a bullfight attendees. It belonged to LA County Department of Animal Care. I spoke to an officer from that department a year ago at the bullfight because this LA County Animal Care does have a history with the bullfight. And I don't have time, and it's from years ago to get into that. If you're interested in reading about it, though, Google Artesia Bullfight 2009. Now, quickly, I'm not trying to avoid stating what I've already said. I understand there are political benefits to allowing your facilities to be used by the bullfighters. And I'm not here trying to stop bullfighting. That's something that will be done in Sacramento. But there are also many reasons why not allowing bullfighters to use your facilities. They do exist, and I've mentioned some of them. I make no apologies for being opposed to animal abuse. Last week, I received from a friend about a 20-second shot, a video of what happened on the Friday before the bullfight, when they have like a kids' day, and it was a large group of teenage boys, and they just beat up a very scared little bull. And it was very disturbing. And as my friend said, this 20-second video says a lot about this bullfight. And I think it also serves to maybe serve as a reason why you should not be involved. You say you're not involved? Well, allowing ABCUSD facilities to be used by a private organization, which is Artesia DES, on a Saturday night makes ABCUSD, quote, involved. When that private organization is hosting a bullfight, I maintain it creates a bad look for ABC Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. There are no more public comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Moving into the consent calendar, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second, Tatiana.
Thank you. Is there any public comments?
Mr. President, we have one public comment. Mr. David Pyman.
I was hoping I was going to get to speak before you approved the consent calendar. David Pyleman, 7842 Sun Valley Way. I was prepared to speak on May 19 on item Human Resources 2.2-2-C. So that's in reference to approval of a contract with a consultant. I was prepared to speak on May 19 on the similar consent item for the 2025-2026 school year, but with a full gallery of concerned union members, I believed my message would be lost. However, this item is for the 26-27 school year. In addition to me being opposed to the concept of this proposal, it seems as this action could be considered later if considered prudent. I am generally opposed to most consultant contracts. Mr. Neola, just like a prominent member of your city, former council member Reynaldo Rodriguez, who routinely voted against them. I spent 18 years working for the California State University system in services typically provided by the registrar's office. I feel it is a disservice to California residents who are denied access to the University of California because spaces are dedicated to non-residents. I see the abuse of student visas, as frequently those recipients overstay their visa. I believe there is a wide array of ethnicities and cultures within the legal residents of the state of California. I do not agree with the philosophy that we must give out resident students the benefit of association with other cultures by allowing foreign students to take their spots in the state-supported institutions. Surely, there are resident citizens who have the expertise to mentor, teach in the Mandarin immersion program. To be succinct, I do not favor the school district employing anyone who is not a U.S. resident. To me, there seems no need to spend the money on a consultant. Surely Dr. Frazier's shop has the recruitment skills to find qualified individuals. Further, doesn't this benefit the teaching profession by encouraging more residents who choose to elevate their mastery of foreign languages? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any items to be considered separately?
This one?
Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull the item that was just mentioned in public comment, so that's 2.2, so we can discuss it.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I just have staff go over this agenda item just to kind of familiarize the board with it?
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. This is our contract with a visa attorney. So basically, with our Mandarin program, there is difficulty in finding qualified Mandarin teachers, and so we have used this attorney to help with the process of having visas provided to potential employees for the Mandarin program specifically.
And we do that because our program is growing every year. Students who want to take Mandarin, and we need qualified teachers to teach our students. I would hope that our district is doing our students getting the most qualified, and that's why we do this. Correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And if we don't have a contract with this attorney, these teachers we would lose them.
Correct. There's and we do have competing districts as well in terms of Mandarin programs in other districts as well. And so we try to do our best with the most efficiency to secure these qualified teachers for our students here in ABC. And like you said, the program does continue to grow.
It does. I see that year after year. And I would my hope is that we continue to do this because that's one of our programs that is growing our student population.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Would you like to put that item back on the agenda?
Yes, I would, Mr.
Alright,
President.
thank
Thank you.
Actually, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So on the same item, so $30,000. How many visas does that cover?
It's
Roughly.
unlimited for the time frame that we're covered.
Okay, so does he like get it for all the existing teachers that are currently there at the school? Continues that visa requirement, that kind of thing?
For the process, yeah.
So it's more
Gets
than
them
one.
through the process, yes.
It's not just one teacher that we're getting.
Correct.
Okay, and they're credentialed here in the United States.
They're credentialed to teach the Mandarin with the visa. They would be credentialed. They would be qualified to teach the program here in the United States.
So it's elementary school, so they would be qualified to teach math and whatever else they teach in elementary school.
Correct,
English,
but the multiple subject
multiple
credentials.
sc-
Yes.
So they are credentialed for that. Okay, thank you.
I have a question too.
Board member, you?
Mhm. On the same topic, so this HB visa does not only apply to the Mandarin teachers, but other subjects as well?
We're utilizing this for Mandarin teachers.
Only?
Yes. At this point, we
Mm.
we have not found it to be as difficult to find dual immersion teachers for our Spanish programs.
No, for other subjects such as like math or science.
This is specific to Mandarin.
Is that something that is open in the future for math? Because I know that for math, math and especially like physics, those important math and science teachers, some of the individuals with these degrees have so much opportunity in the tech and computer world that not a whole lot come to the school to teach. So that's why I was just asking for the board to also consider. Yeah, it's really hard to find a good physics teacher. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you were going to say something?
I said, as of right now, we have not found it difficult to find those highly qualified teachers in those areas.
Thank you, Board member, you. Board member McCann?
Are we in contact with all the local universities to find Mandarin teachers?
Yes, we have our feelers out everywhere.
Okay, but
And-
you're not,
and-
it's difficult?
It is difficult, yes. There's not a whole lot of programs that house specific Mandarin programs.
You're in contact with Cal State Long Beach, because I know they specifically do have that.
We are working with them. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other board discussion or comments, all in favor, please say aye to approve.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. California Dashboard Local Indicators, Dr. Castro?
All right. Good evening, President Oyola, members of the board, and the ABC Unified Community. Tonight, I'm pleased to present our district's local indicators for the 2026 California School Dashboard. As we look ahead to this upcoming school year, this report provides us a transparent view of our current progress, celebrating our strengths while identifying key areas where we can continue to grow and better serve our students. I'm going to give the screen a couple minutes to come down. In your packet, you should have received the full report as well as in the board briefing and the PowerPoint presentation for this evening. To guide our discussion, I'm going to walk you through these 4 key areas. First, we'll talk about what are these local indicators. Then we'll talk about a summary overview of the report itself. I'll provide a high-level overview of the report, and then we're going to dive into the state priorities for 2, 3, 6, and 7. And finally, we're going to outline our next steps for the upcoming school year. So what are these local indicators? So last time when I presented the LCAP, you heard a lot of information about the state priorities. And so this is an extension of that. The state says that we have to have specific state indicators. Those are like quantitative data, it's like test results, graduation rates, suspension rates, chronic absenteeism. The local indicators, on the other hand, they capture the critical everyday elements of student success that maybe test scores cannot capture. And that includes things like what are the basic services that we're providing? Are we doing a good job of implementing our state standards and our teachers receiving and responding to our professional learning? How are parents and students feeling about their school climates? And then how do we ensure that we're providing access to a broad, high-quality course of study? So here we're providing you a high-level overview of the report, which is provided to the state, to California Department of Education, and then it's uploaded into the California dashboard. So when the dashboard is released this year, which is expected to happen mid-October of 2026, we will not only receive those quantitative data pieces of graduation rates and CAF scores and all that, we will also receive the summary overview in these areas. And so we are reporting that we have met the standards for priorities 2, 3, 6, and 7. If you're wondering why it's only that, what happened to 4, 5? These are the ones that are required to report. So we didn't miss anything. These are the ones that we're required to report on the California dashboard. All the other ones are reported. They're just reported through the LCAP. This year, our summary is anchored by our portrait of a learner. This represents our holistic vision for our students, making sure that we're providing essential knowledge, skills, and attributes that we feel that every student should have in order to be prepared as they graduate from our district. The measurements that this report includes our elementary and secondary teacher professional learning surveys. So not only do we do surveys throughout the year when we conduct professional learning, but we do one massive survey about how do they feel about the technology supports, how do they feel about what are the areas with, for example, behaviors that they feel that they need the most help with. What content areas specific to reading, writing do they need support with? What specific strategies do they need to help English learners, students with disabilities, etc.? So it's an extensive survey that our teachers provide us information on how we should move forward for the following school year. And as reported during the LCAP, we also talk about the California Healthy Kids Survey, the School Parent Survey, and then we do a deeper dive into examining our course access practices. So next, let's talk specifically about Priority 2. Priority 2 focuses on the implementation of our state standards. And based on our professional learning surveys, our teachers are providing valuable feedback on how well our curriculum, professional development, and instructional materials align with state expectations. You can see there that in all the key category areas, we are at a level 4 of full implementation. As I mentioned the last time I presented around LCAP, so there's an alignment here. History, social science, and science classes reported a little bit lower on some of their metrics, and partially it's because most of the professional learning that we do is focused on ELA and math. And so that's why you heard from us last time that we are going to be focusing on writing, and we're going to be focusing on supporting writing strategies through history, social science, and science. Next, with state priority number 3. Again, this is information that you received in the last meeting that's also part of our LCAP. We can see how welcome our families feel, how well we communicate, and how effectively we partner with parents in the decision-making process. As I reported last time, we're happy to show that 94% of our families reported trusting and respectful relationships. That's a 9% growth from last time, and we attribute that to some of the structures we've put in place, like our Black Family Circle, Hispanic Latino Family Circle, our DLAC, our LCAP PAC. So a lot of those systems are really helping to build and support those bridges with families so that they feel supported by our schools and by our community. So one of the big areas we also talked about last time is families had a lot of questions around grading practices and post-secondary readiness, and those are all areas of focus coming into the 26-27 school year. For priority 6 on school climate, this is specifically focused on safety and how students feel safe at school. You can see that for district elementary average, we're at 82%. Our district secondary average is at 72%. Although that is a 9% gain for us for secondary, it's still lower than elementary. So we do want to explore that further and then target our efforts towards some of our student experiences and various student groups. Are they experiencing safety in the same way? And how do we shift to a more integrated whole child service delivery model to make sure that our tiered supports are working? You know, sometimes when it comes to safety, in particular when we have to report suspension rates, things happen at school sites where we must suspend a student because it's a safety issue for across our students, and then you're not able to provide those tier 1 and tier 2 supports. But then there are other times where we may think that a behavior is extreme, but we must provide some, preventative structures before those behaviors occur. So that's where we're looking closer at how do we implement those MTSS practices to make sure we continue to build our student sense of safety at our schools. And lastly, priority 7. As I reported last time, we had a 10% increase in college and career readiness since 2019. And in this last week's board briefing, I provided you a school-by-school report for our high schools. One of the big pieces that has helped with this is not only increasing our dual enrollment efforts, increasing our AP efforts, but also we were able to have one of our English learner classes, which is our advanced EL class, be both UC and CSU approved for English, which means that students don't have to now double block their English class. We've also been adding summer programming like original credit for PE, original credit for world history, and original credit CTE courses in the summer so that students impacted by their schedule, so a student with disabilities or an EL student who needs to take an additional course for support during the school year can then have those experiences in the summer and either free up their schedule or begin to explore those college and career classes that they're interested in. For example, at Artesia, we continue internships, we continue our relationship with Harbor Freight even over the summer so that our students can have those experiences and then continue to be interested in coming to school. So our next steps, as we shared with you last week, we review our findings and we really should celebrate our areas of success. We've seen some tremendous success with connectedness with our students and with our families, and that's to be applauded for our school sites, the work that our administrators are doing, our teachers, our support staff. It's showing in the results. And so I want to commend all of our efforts in making sure that we're feeling that strong connection with families and that we're supporting families as they go through our educational system. We want to consider those implications for future priorities, policies, and resource allocation, which we've already done in our presentation last week with the LCAP. This is the alignment piece, right? This is not really a separate report from the LCAP. This just brings to light some of that qualitative data that I shared with you last week. And then we're going to monitor implementation and progress through our ongoing mid-year reports so that at the mid-year we can discuss more how are we moving forward with some of these issues. And then you can see there our alignment with our LCAP and our goals and action. So again, in closing, thank you to our board, staff, families, and community for your continued support and partnership as we are now going into our year 3 of our 24-27 LCAP. We as a district remain very committed to measurable progress, elevating our student voice, and ensuring that we continue to have equitable access to high quality learning experiences. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the more concise report, first off. Second, I want to talk about priority 2 because I'm reading here that we're going to focus our professional learning on writing, which, again, I know the importance of writing, right? Unless you're a good writer, you're not going to succeed ultimately in the work or college world. And our goal is to prepare our students for that. But it makes me wonder, like, where we're at with reading. Like, if, again, I think I raised this concern last meeting that, like, we go from initiative to initiative, but we haven't, or at least I don't know that I've been communicated this, that we've achieved, let's say the reading by 3rd grade, which was an initiative back when even Wen was our, superintendent interim. Where are we with that initiative? I mean, have we accomplished that? And if not, then, what is the plan? Because I don't want to forget that. If a child can read, they're going to be good writers. You can't teach a kid to write if they haven't mastered reading. But a child will be a good writer if they do have good reading skills.
Thank you for the question. So yes, I think for all of us, reading by 3rd grade is not an initiative that's going to go away. So that is something that's always going to be a goal. We want to, as much as possible, have our students reading by 3rd grade. And so we have, over the last 3 years, set up structures and systems to help get us there. What's happened is that we've set up so much time and structure and systems in this early elementary years that we have kind of shifted our focus there. And now it's time to, as these students begin to graduate up into 4th, 5th, and 6th, is to teach them how do you demonstrate your comprehension of reading, and writing is one important way that we do that. And when we look at our CASP scores, that I know is very important to us all, that our students continue to do well, 1/2 of that, and an important part of that, is our performance task, which is heavily focused on writing and students being able to express their understanding of literacy. And so that's why that shift to writing is really about shifting supports for 4th, 5th, 6th, as well as high school. As you know, in this upcoming year, we're going to have 2 grade levels that will be tested for writing, particularly to support our Whitney admissions. And so we want to make sure we're providing those supports as much as possible to help prepare our students, and the supports for our teachers, because that clearly came through from our teachers in the survey that they want more support with writing, and more particularly for our upper elementary.
Thank you for that response. And again, I don't mean to demean writing. Like, my daughter went to Leo, she went to Carmenita. I think she finished 8th and 7th grade, and I would see her writing and was like, oh my God, this girl's going to be ready. She's going to be fine in college because of her writing. I don't know that I can say that, of students at schools in, say, the Lakewood. So I just want to make sure that, we take into consideration that, yes, some kids are absolutely ready to take that on and really learn to communicate effectively through writing, because it is essential. But I don't want that pressure put on schools where they're really having a difficult time getting kids to meet grade level standards.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Any other questions or comments? Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I key priority 6. So I'm just brainstorming. District secondary average was 72%. I know we've made gains, and I think I'm going to say the superintendent has a lot to do with that, because I think you really focus on student voices when you go out to the schools and you speak to them. I think if we get a, when you speak to students, or when staff goes out to speak to students, do we get an overall general group of students? Like, are we really focusing on at promise students? Because I think those are the ones who really need to feel that they feel safe at school. So I don't know if we can comment.
Yes. So we do 2 types of student voice forums. One student voice forum is specific to the LCAP. And so part of when we work with our school administrators to invite students to this forum is they must be representative of the UDP group.
Okay.
So we make sure that, to your point, that the UDP groups are represented among the students that are invited, as well as other leaders from the school. The other student voice forum that we have conducted, specific because we have found this need, is to focus on our long-term English learners and have specific conversations with our long-term English learners about some of their experiences. So that's how we collect the data, at least for our portion of it. I know our superintendent does amazing work going to the school sites and then meeting with students, and that's a little separate from some of these components.
But I think it commits to it because I think the kids kind of speak. So I look forward to next year to seeing if what we're doing is going to increase that. And I hear Board Member Dr. Rios. I mean, let's come up with a campaign for next year. I think in my school district we have a campaign every year, Ready for the World. That's our campaign, and everybody knows that that's your goal is to have our kids ready for the world. So I don't know. So we have a marketing. We could come up with slogan or something. Writing for the world, or writing is as easy as ABC. I don't know, something that kind of it's district wide, so that everyone from custodians to librarians to teachers to everyone kind of knows that this is our goal. I know we focus so much on foundational literacy skills, and I think we're doing an amazing job, and now we need to step it up a little bit. So I don't know if we can come up with something so that next year the kids know, we know. But I hear her. I think we just, I like that idea. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Any other board comment? I just have one multi-part question, and same key priority 6. The friction portion in the presentation, the inconsistent multi-tiered systems of support. Are you seeing that mostly in the elementary or in the secondary level?
It's a little bit of both. It just depends on the situations. High schools, some of the challenges there is like some of the situations that happen are more suspendable. And so there are questions about how do we help support students in 9th grade and 10th grade with some of those behavior practices. So that's why we're looking at restorative practices. How are we training our students about behavior education? Because, as they become adults, some of the situations can get a little more extreme as opposed to in the elementary ages. So it's more, I would say more in the high schools where we're seeing higher suspendable offenses. In the elementary, it's more that we have to correct the behaviors and we have to have specific tiers on how you prevent some of the behaviors and then how do you correct them appropriately to their age level.
Got it. Thank you. And my second part to that, I know in the LCAP and goal 2 and the implementation challenges, we put continued suspension that disproportionately for LTEL, American Indians, and foster youth, which indicate Tier 1 practices are not consistently applied, and also for Artesia High School for remaining in the red. And I know we're also including that restorative practices are still in the early stages. What are some of those early stages or restorative practices that we're looking at for those populations, and I guess Artesia High School?
Yeah, so we're working closely with Character Strong and School Services and Dr. Lozano and Dr. Lois, working to look at what are the site-based tiered interventions, because some of our school sites have more resources of support and various needs. So we are meeting with them site by site, as well as in our Leadership Enrichment Academy, which is our principals meetings, making sure it's clear with principals, like what is your first step when a student is sent to the office for, let's say, talking back to a teacher. What is the first step in terms of providing supports to the student? Because most of the time, even when they're in high school, when a student acts out, there's a reason behind it. So trying to find that reason behind it and kind of creating those tiers before it becomes an issue of we need to remove the student from the classroom, or before we need to suspend or remove them to another school site. So that's where we have to be really clear about what are our minor infraction versus our major infractions, so that it's clear when it is time to suspend as opposed to just providing some support and maybe just a time out from being in that class setting for that day.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. And I see that you also highlighted that more need of trauma-informed practices. So I can see that we're going in that direction of, like you just mentioned, that a lot of students come from different walks of life. So it's best to come from a place of empathy when we're dealing with students and their behaviors and not judge them without knowing them. So thank you. Board Member McCann?
Yes, so this year, well, every year we have our summer PL, and there's a variety of sessions, and they've always been focused on what those MTSS practices and strategies are. This year, we're much more specific about it. The theme this year is, speaking about a theme, our theme this year, I have one for you, is all means all, meaning like we are, all of our students are included in every practice. And so we're really focused on those tier 1 practices. So what are the tier 1 practices, not only academically, but also for behaviors, social emotional. So teachers can select, but we have a variety that they can select from. And then throughout the year, we are planning to have professional learning for our schools. We will be starting at our higher risk schools and providing professional learning there first, but then extending it across different campuses.
Not just about supports for students.
Right, so it could be seen multiple ways, but in the structure of MTSS, those tier 1 practices, whether they be behavioral, social, emotional, or academic, means 100% of our students should be experiencing those tier 1 practices. All of them, no matter what their designation is. So that's why we wanted to start off our school year with all means all.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Clerk Mendoza?
Okay, just want to say I like that. I think we're going with that. All means all writing, all reading, all math, all students. Okay. Everybody agree we could do that? Yeah? Okay. All writing first?
Eating.
All reading, all writing, all math. Okay, I think we have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Moving into action item. May I have a motion to approve the new attendance boundary maps for Ferguson and Stowers Elementary School areas effective for the 2027-2028 school year?
So moved.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. Good evening. At the last board meeting, staff presented to the board the new maps for Stowers and Ferguson area as part of the Phase 2 consolidation. We received feedback from the board, and the board have directed us to bring back to the board with a few different options for the board to consider. So tonight I will go based on the feedback that we received from the last meeting. Staff have prepared several options for the board to consider. So I will start on page 5 of the report or the presentation for the interest of time. So this is again the Stowers area, right? To the left is our current boundary with, as you can see there, Stowers, Gonzalez, Cerritos, and in the northeast corner of the district. So the plan presented to the board at the last meeting under option A is that, the area currently Stowers south of Artesia, it will be part of Cerritos Elementary, and north of Artesia will be part of Gonzalez Elementary, and keep everything else the same as it is right now. So this is what we now refer to as option A, which was presented to the board. Now with this option, as you can see, the new resident student at Gonzalez will be 368, and at Cerritos Elementary will be 451 in the 27-28 school year. So one of the requests from the board was to consider moving the sections south of Artesia that's currently part of Gonzalez now, and make it clean and be part of Cerritos Elementary. So as you can see, this is the option B here, and if we were to do that, there'll be a little bit more students in the Cerritos area. Now it's going to be at 487 versus 451, and 332 versus 368. So it's a net of 32 students in the area that is currently Gonzalez, now will be part of Cerritos if the board were to adopt this option. So that's where we are with Stowers. So I would pause here for questions from the board, but you do have the two options based on the feedback that we received from the board at the last meeting.
Any board comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, please continue, Tuan.
Thank you so much. So now moving on to the Ferguson area. So again, this on page 7 of the presentation. The option A is what was presented to the board at the last meeting, mainly south of the 221st, and Civic Center will now be part of Hawaiian, and north of that will be part of Melbourne. So as you can see here, with this option, the students at Melbourne will be 562 and 467 at Hawaiian. So part of the concern is that the board we're trying to balance out the number of resident students between the two schools, and with that we are moving on to option B, which is keep the blue section that is currently with Hawaiian with Hawaiian. It will remain with Hawaiian. So now with this option, as you can see here, it's more balanced, right? Melbourne now is will be at 502, and Hawaiian will be at 527 by keeping the section that's currently with Hawaiian remain with Hawaiian Elementary. So the difference between A and B will be this section on the, I want to say north-south of Carson, in the corner left of Bloomfield, that is currently with Hawaiian will remain. So it's more balanced, as you can see, from 562 at 467 to 502 and 527. The third option was requested by the board, that what if we were to consider moving all the residents south of Carson now be part of Hawaiian, and north of that will be part of Melbourne. And as you can see here, in that scenario, the numbers of resident students will be 332 with Melbourne and 697 at Hawaiian. And if we were trying to balance out the number of students between the two schools, this may not be the ideal option. So among with Ferguson, among the three options A, B, C, B seems to achieve two goals. Would be least disruptive because the area remain with Hawaiian, and is a more balanced in terms of number of students. Don't have it here, but just for informational purposes, Willow resident is 503, just in case you're curious, and Palm is at 540. So it really even out with this option. So with that, Mr. President, we present the different options for the board for discussions and directions in adopting the new boundary maps for the 27-28 school year as a result of the Phase 2 consolidation.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Is there any board discussion or questions? Or sorry, public comment?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Board discussion. Board member Dr. Rios?
First of all, I really want to appreciate the numbers. I think that we are able to make decisions when we have numbers. I do also agree that for the Ferguson consolidation Class B does make sense. The only thing I do want to point out is that living in the Melbourne attendance area, I know for a fact that it welcomes a lot of transfers. And so I don't know if this is going to be able to accommodate that, because now you're saying, 502 students are allotted to go to Melbourne. But again, I know for a fact, even from when my daughter first started going there, that a lot of people from schools like Ferguson and Hawaiian would put in for a transfer request to go to Melbourne. So how does staff plan to address that?
So that will happen with all schools because of our school of choice program. We are analyzing the capacity every year, and we believe that these 4 schools have the capacity to accept any students from any of the 4 schools. If you recall, maybe not, Melbourne used to be at 800 students, right? So was Hawaiian. Thurston was at 700, so was Willow, and so was Palm. So even with the change in the usage of the different classrooms and capacity, should more students want to come to Melbourne, due to school of choice, we strongly believe that they can accommodate that because the reality is there's a net impact, right? Like you mentioned, there are students from Ferguson and Hawaiian are school of choice into Melbourne, but there's also resident within Melbourne school of choice to other schools. So it will net itself out. And to answer your question, Melbourne will have the capacity to accept any school of choice student.
And that's what I wanted to be said publicly, because we did say that with consolidation, we would accommodate choice. And so I would hate for a family to go show up and request the transfer to Melbourne and be told that, there is no space for some reason. So I'm glad you're saying that that will not be an issue and that we will accommodate capacity.
Thank you. And I want to repeat publicly that at the last board meeting, the board adopted school of choice priority. To be consistent with the phase one is that families who are currently in this coming 26-27 school year attending Ferguson and Stowers will have the right to the top 2 school of choice schools. So the board adopted that at the last meeting.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you. Thank you, Tuan, for providing this additional information. I think it's really good that we get a lot more information and can really consider long-term solutions to these situations, not just staff report or recommendation, but that you're able to provide the extra value add. That's really important. I favor, obviously, not even though there is a logical idea that it would be nice to keep the border at Artesia for the consolidation of Stowers, that there are people who live just south of Artesia who knew that they were in the Gonzalez area, so they bought because they were in the Gonzalez area, that they would be maybe upset that we moved to another area just because of the street. So, and also the population is more equalized if we keep the current boundaries and only just actually affect the Stowers area for element. So that's why I would like that plan option A, and plan B also has the same thing, even though it's not perfectly the same. It's what people have been used to, that they're used to being in this little blue area in option B. They're not going to change. People sometimes don't like to change, though it may not make perfect sense on our mind. And that the only people that are actually being changed, who are already going to be changed, is the people who are in the Ferguson area. So I think option B also is equal. Looks like it's going to be fair, and it does not going to ensure that we don't have issues, but at least gives them a chance for the native population that would naturally go to that particular school. They have to take an extra action to go to a school of choice. So this gives these schools the best chance to survive and thrive in the future. So those are my comments. Thank you for the work. I think it'll turn out to be a good result, and also the reach out to the community and getting their input as to, hey, do you want to change your borders and all that. That's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Any other board discussion? Okay. What I'm hearing from the board is option A for the Stowers and option B for the Ferguson. So I would like to make a motion to go with option A and option B.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Action item 1.5A, may I have a motion to adopt resolution 25-33 SOS for student achievement, calling on the state of California to develop a coherent state-focused plan to support local schools and closing achievement gaps.
So move, McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. The board requested that we be part of the California School Board Association movement to ask the state to make a plan for everyone. And so with that, I bring to you this resolution this evening. If the board should approve it, we will send the resolution to be part of what is going forward to the Department of Ed and the legislature and everyone to say, make a plan for the whole state, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi.
Thank you. I'm actually very excited about this because, I'm part of CSBA, and yeah, I did speak about this because this is our why, right? This is our why. We need to have everybody achieve at the high level. So I'm glad it's not just lip service, but an actual action. They have actually done a 4-bill package to push this forward. It's a specific, instead of having just a dashboard about math, which is good, math dashboard is important, reading dashboard is good, but also specifically, what measures are you specifically taking to bridge the achievement gap, and how it's been successful? How are you going to specifically report that as a goal? So that is one of the pieces of legislation that's passed and that CSBA has supported. Another one is to evaluate what programs are actually working and not working, and then also creating an actual oversight so that there's a specific body that's responsible for achieving this, rather than saying, great idea, and we'll see you in 4 years. You'll actually have a group that's responsible for looking, making sure that you meet these goals to the local LEAs, that's us, making sure that we actually do this, but also we have the tools to actually achieve this. So I think our dollars are pretty decently spent at CSB8, and so thank you for even bringing this forward.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu.
Yes. I just noticed, I didn't have time to like thoroughly read it, but all of us who are parents as well know very well that parents play the most important critical role, and I just didn't see any parental involvement or encouraging the parents to take ownership or encouraging the parents parenting class or nothing like that. So that's one thing that's a huge lack, because our district already has in place parenting classes, just a parent empowerment. I can't name everything, but we are already, our district, ABC, already has a lot of good things already, taking in place. So that was just one thing I wanted.
Thank you, Board Member Yu.
I'd just like to that point, I think that's the point of this. LEAs are doing these things and we're working with families, and the CDE should have a plan where they're working with us, and they don't. So I think it's about a big picture plan that we then are part of, and we engage our families.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Board Member Rios.
Yeah, I really appreciate our district bringing this forward. I know those conversations have been consistent among this board and among our staff. And, as this resolution states, unfortunately, those gaps for certain kids based on income, based on race, based on geography continue to persist. And so we need to do something about it. And so I think the idea of coherence, that now it's going to be common language from the state on down, will hopefully change that. And will hopefully, there are some supports in place, there's accountability, and again, that sense of coherence that we're all trying to ultimately, like Board Member Nishi pointed out, this is what we're here to do. And we haven't been doing well, not as a state, not as individual districts. Let's do better. So I'm really proud of us for signing on.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we going to read the resolution like we normally do?
Yes, we can. If you,
Yes, I'd like to, please.
Board Member McCann, do you mind starting?
SOS for student achievement, calling on the state of California to develop a coherent state-focused plan for supporting local schools in closing achievement gaps.
Whereas California's 5.8 million public school students represent the future of our state, yet persistent achievement gaps continue to separate students by income, race, and geography.
And whereas recent California Assessment of Student Performance in Progress, or CAST, results, California School Dashboard Outcomes and other performance indicators reveal only incremental advances in academic and school outcomes, while profound disparities between student groups remain entrenched. And
whereas school districts and county offices of education work tirelessly to accelerate learning, support student well-being, and accelerate performance for all students, and
whereas these local efforts occur within the state system that remain fragmented, reactive, and insufficiently accountable for its own role in supporting school districts and county offices of education, boosting overall academic achievement, and advancing achievement of historically low-performing students, groups, and
Whereas California's legislature, administration, and state agencies have implemented numerous programs aimed at improving student outcomes, Yet the absence of a coherent, comprehensive state-level plan has resulted in a patchwork of disconnected initiatives rather than a unified strategy for success. And
Whereas California lacks a comprehensive state-level operations and support plan that clearly defines how the state will help, not dictate to local LELs in their ongoing work to close achievement gaps. And
Whereas this lack of coordination and long-term vision has produced an accountability gap, a failure by state agencies and the legislature to hold themselves to the same standards of transparency, alignment, and measurable progress expected of LEAs. And
Whereas closing the achievement gap is not solely the responsibility of local districts and county offices of education, but a shared obligation that requires the state to define and meet its own performance goals in supporting LEAs, align funding and policy decisions, and ensure every student has access to the resources needed to succeed. And
Whereas true accountability means that the state, like local school district and county boards, must adopt clear goals, measurable benchmarks, and transparent reporting to the public on its progress in improving the outcome for California students.
And whereas the future of California's economy, civic health, and democratic vitality depends on the success of all students, and continuous stagnation in academic performance threatens the state's workforce, competitiveness, and quality of life.
Now therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the ABC Unified School District calls upon the governor, the legislature, and relevant state agencies, including the California Department of Education, the State Board of Education, and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, in collaboration with statewide education organizations like CSBA, to jointly develop and adopt a comprehensive state-level plan to support local educational agencies in closing achievement gaps. And
Be it further resolved that such plan should establish specific measurable goals for the state agencies' roles in supporting LEAs, include annual benchmarks and transparent reporting on the state's progress in improving student outcomes, align the state budget with these goals, ensuring that funding decisions advance coherent long-term strategies rather than isolated programs, and create a public state-of-the-gap dashboard providing ongoing data on how the state is meeting its obligation to support LEAs and promote educational equity. And
be it further resolved that the governing board affirms its continued commitment to closing achievement gaps and providing equitable educational opportunities for all students, while urging state leaders to act with urgency, coherence, and accountability in addressing this statewide challenge. And
be it further resolved that the governing board shall transmit this resolution to the California School Boards Association for inclusion in statewide advocacy efforts, encouraging coordinated state action to help LEAs close achievement gaps and improve outcomes for every student in California.
adopted the 16th day of June, 2026 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District.
thank you. And please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee on May 27th, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 1.5A without any additional comments. So students stand behind this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Board Member Nishi, for bringing this forward. Action item 3.18A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Qualtrics XM to provide a comprehensive survey platform that collects feedback, analyzes data, supports continuous improvements across the district, and includes ongoing technical support for the 2026-2027 school year.
so move McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. I'm happy to bring this forward. As I just mentioned, there's an enormous amount of data that we process, particularly parent survey, student survey data. And part of our work this year under the Community Engagement Initiative was to look at some of our root causes on how we can better be responsive to our families. And so the committee came up with a recommendation to examine this Qualtrics XM or a new survey platform really to try to help us process more of that information and also look at trends year over year, so that we can not only progress monitor each and every year, but throughout the year as well. So we can kind of have different touch points throughout the year. So that is why I'm bringing that forward to you this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Clerk Mendoza?
Just one question. It's going to be offered in Spanish to parents also? Or
This
other
is
languages?
this is a platform that processes data, but all our surveys are offered in
Okay,
Spanish.
and so it'll take all this, okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.19A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the curriculum titled Unique Learning Systems for the 2026 to 2029 school years and provide professional learning for the 2026-2027 school year.
So move McCann.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
In keeping with our goal to continue to offer high quality educational materials for our students, we're looking at the specific curriculum for our special education moderate severe program from TK to adult transition. And so Unique Learning System was selected by a committee of teachers, program specialists, and our special education supervisors as being the best and most appropriate for our students in that program.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.20A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the new career technical education course textbooks and course curriculum listed in the attached table and provide online professional learning for the 2026-2027 school year.
So move McCann.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Again, as we continue to expand our course access and college and career readiness, you can see in the table attached on page 105, there's a series of courses that we're adopting. And we're continuing to expand our new flight and space program that we have by offering our Project Lead the Way flight and space course with the appropriate curriculum as one of the highlights of the list of classes that are now being offered.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comment?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board comments? Nishi?
Yeah, this looks like a great program. I just didn't get a chance to read through it, so I apologize. I'll have to abstain.
Okay, with that, any other board discussion? Can we please have a roll call vote?
Mrs. McCatton,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii,
Abstain.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Yes.
Mr. Noyola.
Yes.
Motion passes 601.
Thank you. Action item 3.21A, may I have a motion to approve the request to enter into partnership agreement with the California State University Chancellor's Office for data sharing and direct admissions agreement for the 2026-2027 school year.
So move McCann.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Again, continuing with our college and career readiness, as part of our Senate Bill 640, which establishes a statewide framework to increase college access to the CSU system, we're entering into this partnership agreement in order to provide our students direct admission eligibility based on CSU requirements into the listed Cal State University system schools.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board discussion? Board Member McCann?
Dr. Castro, just a question about why our colleges that are closest to us are
Part of why the state wanted to incorporate this program was similar to what we were trying to do, right? They're trying to improve the enrollment on some of their Cal State campuses. So these campuses that are listed are the most impacted with enrollment, and that's why the other ones are participating in the program.
little thin. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Yu?
Yeah, just to clarify, so this means some of the students who didn't have to apply, but they still get admission notice. Is that how it?
Correct, because we're in the partnership agreement. As long as they meet eligibility requirements, they have automatic admission to those listed schools.
But some of the students who do get admission could actually get into better school of their choice.
They could. They don't have
Yeah.
to attend. It just gives them the
just-
option.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member Rios?
I think this is an excellent opportunity. Are there plans to encourage more students to do what happens at Artesia, which is that everyone applies to college, to a college or career program?
Yes, we currently work with all of our schools to achieve that goal of 100% college admissions, whether it be to a 4-year or a 2-year. This improves our opportunities to now increase the percentage of students that go to a 4-year university.
Can you please send information regarding what the current numbers are for GAR and for Cerritos and Whitney, please?
Sure,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Because remember, our theme for next year is all means all. So all our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Seeing no other board discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.228, may I have a motion to approve request to enter into memorandum of understanding with Cerritos Community College District to provide continuing education non-credit high school credit recovery courses for ABCUSD students during the summer school in designated content areas for the 2026-2027 school year.
So move Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This is another great opportunity for our students. This would actually take into effect next summer, but what it would allow us to do is offer dual enrollment courses for credit recovery, meaning students who have failed a course in the past can retake the course, and when they retake the course, they would do it under the guidance of Cerritos College. The FTE that would be provided would actually be one of our teachers, so they would work with us to hire our own teachers to teach these courses. And it's a bonus in that the student receives not only credit for high school, but also credit for college.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is awesome because I'm going to tell you a little story about myself. When I was in high school and I took trigonometry, not the best student, and I didn't pass. But I went to ELAC and I made up that class. And so I think that was a great opportunity for me. So I'm glad that our students have this opportunity. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Any other board discussion? Seeing none, I just want to thank you also for bringing this forward. I see other school districts implementing the same thing, so I'm glad that we're catching up to them. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.238, may I have a motion to open public hearing to adopt special education local plan area annual budget and service plan for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
So move Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. The purpose of this public hearing is to specifically review sections D and E for the SELCA local plan for the 26-27 school year. Tonight, Dr. Rochelle Chavez, our SELPA director, will be reviewing section D, our annual budget plan, and section E, our annual service plan.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm not sure if this is on. Okay, great. Good evening, Board President Noyola, Vice President Yokoyama Bui, Clerk Mendoza, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Cabinet, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 26-27 ABC SELPA local plan. Tonight's presentation serves as a required public hearing for the SELPA annual budget plan, section D, and annual service plan, section E, which are components of the local plan. So in your presentation tonight, I'll provide a brief overview of the SELPA, the plan and budget, and section D and section E. So the special education local plan area, or the SELPA, serves students with disabilities. There are 136 SELPAs in California. ABC Unified operates as a single district SELPA. Many SELPAs consist of multiple districts working collaboratively, but ABC Unified independently manages special education governance, funding, program oversight, and service delivery within our district boundaries. This structure allows us to maintain local control while ensuring compliance with state and federal special education requirements. The development of the local plan follows a template provided by the California Department of Education. The annual budget and service plans were presented to the Community Advisory Committee on April 29th. They were then submitted to the Los Angeles County Office of Education for review and certification on June 3rd. Tonight's public hearing fulfills the board's requirement to review the process prior to final approval and submission to the California Department of Education by the August 15th deadline. Typically, this plan is due June 30th, but California Department of Ed is having some technical difficulties, so they have extended the deadline to August 15th. So the SELPA local plan serves as the district's operating framework for special education. It establishes how we meet state and federal requirements, how special education resources are allocated, and how students with disabilities receive a FAPE, or a free, appropriate public education. The SELPA local plan promotes accountability, transparency, and continuous oversight of special education programs and services. So before I go over the plan, I just want to do a little bit of highlight on a few things our SELPA office did this year. We were recognized by the Artesia City Council for our partnership through Workability. We provided professional learning focused on positive behavior supports for general ed and special ed teachers. We had family engagement through our shared decision-making workshop, and this was to help families learn about alternatives to conservatorship. And we provided training to all district administrative designees in the IEP process and holding legally compliant IEPs. So we'll be reviewing Section D and Section E. Section D describes how special ed funding is allocated and managed, and Section E describes the continuum of programs, services, and supports available to students with disabilities. So for the annual budget, I would like to acknowledge and thank Deputy Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer Tuan Nguyen and Director Fiscal and Planning Services Monica Aurora for their partnership in developing this year's budget. These resources support students across the full continuum of disability categories and educational settings and ensure compliance with federal and state requirements. So if you look in your packet on page 111, on table 1, the annual budget plan identifies the projected revenue by the funding source. These funding sources are restricted to students with disabilities. If you look on page 112, table 2, this plan identifies the total projected expenditures by object code. And on page 113, table 3 provides a summary of revenue, including federal, state funding, and the district's local general fund contribution. You'll notice that on page 114, table 4 is blank. This is because we are a single district SELPA, and this is a state template for all SELPAs. So we just leave that table blank. It doesn't apply to us. Section E is services. So the annual service plan for 26-27 describes the continuum of special education programs as services available to all students eligible within ABC Unified. Services are determined through each student's individualized education program, or IEP, and are designed to meet students' unique needs while supporting access to the least restrictive environment. The service plan ensures that the district maintains the capacity to provide services for all students whose needs may arise in the future. So we not only have to have a plan to provide services for our current students, but for students who may come in to us, to our district with unique needs that differ from the current needs we have. So we have to be able to serve all students, no matter their disability, because we are a single district SELPA. So these are the codes for the services, and they fall into different categories. So these are all the services we provide to students eligible from birth to age 22. And they start with early intervention and preschool supports to specialized academic instruction, related services, mental health and behavioral supports, low incident services, and transition services that prepare students for post-secondary education, employment, and independent living. Together, these programs ensure that students receive the supports they need to access, participate in, and make progress in their educational programs. So the annual budget plan and service plan will be submitted to the California Department of Education by the August 15th deadline. It will be posted on the ABC website for public access. This concludes the public hearing presentation for the 26-27 local plan and budget. Thank you for your continued support of students with disabilities, their families, and the staff who serve them. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before that, do we have any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Okay. Any board discussion? Board Member McCann?
Can you tell me how many students we actually serve in ABC?
I don't have the exact number of students with disabilities that we serve. It's, I believe, 2,700.
Yeah, it's close to about 2,500.
2,500.
I can give you the specific number in the board briefing, but it's about 2,500. And it's been increasing significantly over the last 5 years, I would say.
You have a large group to serve, and it looks like you provide great services to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Vice President Yokoyama Bui?
Dr. Chavez, thank you so much for the presentation. I understand it's required for you to present this so we could have a public hearing, but it's important for our community, for our district, and all our stakeholders to understand the important work your group does. I've had the honor and privilege to attend many SELPA events, including most recently with Dr. Zietlow, the big event where they're leaving the program and going off into the real world. And for those students, it was a very rewarding experience to watch them. They've had jobs. Thank you to the city of Artesia. They've had jobs. They have jobs in our district. They are going to be very successful individuals because of the work your group does. So from the very young ones all the way until, they're 22, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Nishi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I echo Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui's statements about how we're really serving the kids. Some of the unique things that we've been doing in terms of providing them a decent and good future. And the city of Artesia does a great job. Every year they do this, and I'm really proud of that particular city for supporting kids with jobs, basically, things that they're going to need, not just talking about it, but actually doing it. Couple specific questions though. This percentage of state special education revenue, is this include the extra money that the state gave this year, like a pretty big bump? Usually I'm always talking about how we're not getting enough money for special ed, and so does this budget include that?
I'll
Yes.
let Mr. Wen answer that.
The answer is yes. On page 113, if you see the projected,
Yes.
27,060,000.
Yes.
I'm looking at last year, the exact same page, 20,016,000.
We got
So
$7 million more.
Correct. But at the same time, if you look at the local contribution, last year was 19.1 million. This year, 28. So
Oh,
everything's been going up.
that's a pretty. Wait, so we got $7 million from the state, which is great, but we also put another $7 million of general education funds into the.
That is correct.
Okay. And how about the federal? Is the federal basically steady from the previous year?
Yes.
Okay, at least it's not going down, so that's good. Does it meet inflation rate at least?
No, because if they stays the same, and if the state and the local contribution is higher, as a percentage, it's going down. Does that make sense? So if the pie is bigger, so the dollar amount is flat, but the percentage of federal contribution to IDEA or special needs students It's keep going down every year as a
The
percentage.
percentage, but what about the
Of course.
total dollar amount? Does
It-
it go
it's-
up with inflation or, okay, it doesn't even go up with
Yeah.
inflation? All right.
Not with the current budget proposal at the federal level.
Okay, all right. Well, it is what it is. Thank you for your efforts. How are we doing academically with these, or not, maybe not academically is not the right word. How are we doing with success measures for them? Are you doing average, better than average, right at average? Or is that something that you would have?
Yeah, so I can actually point you to our LCAP because we do present some of that information, and that is part of why we included Goal 4 in our LCAP specific to the needs of special education, because about 2 years ago when we developed this LCAP, we were in differentiated assistance for special ed students, but since then we've been moved out. So we are seeing improvements year over year in the percentage of students that are meeting or exceeding standards. We've also seen a lot of improvements in math and English, where students, instead of scoring level 1, are growing and moving out of level 1 as well. So that's another metric that we look at, as well as improvements, large improvements for attendance rates, which is something we noted, because typically our students with disabilities have a high attendance issues, chronic absenteeism issues, and so we've seen a lot of improvements with that. And we attribute some of that to some of those goals and actions under that Goal 4 that we have specifically about parent outreach, workshops, things like that.
That's great. So the all means all is what we're already doing, right? Because I mean, I'm very encouraged by that. Thank you. I'm very, very encouraged by that. That's all.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Board Member Nishi, you took it from me. I was gonna say it.
Sorry.
Anyway, thank you for the report, and thank you for supporting our students. And I think, as Board Member Nishi said, all means all students succeed, whether it's, as Dr. Castro said, as a group, but mostly individually, that our students are succeeding in their own ways. So thank you so much, and Manny took it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. So while I'm very proud of our program, because our special ed program is growing, because people hear about it and they come to our district. And by law, when students come to our district for this program, we cannot deny them, right?
That is correct, and thank you for the questions. This is going to be a catchy phrase. All means all, right? We welcome all students.
Mm-hmm.
We will ensure we do everything in our power. I want to go on record and say that we will meet FAPE, free appropriate public education. We want with special needs student with IEP. We will do everything we can to meet the IEP, all the components within IEP, service our students. So yes, so that's the focus.
But while doing so, because the SELPA, it costs more, so it's very important that it's a very good news that we did get extra funding from the state, but that was not enough. We still had to tap into our general fund. So we just need to understand that's where some of our funding is going, and hopefully the state will give us more money, because it's obvious that our district is independent, and I don't know if it's smaller, but we're doing something right. We're doing a good job, and I know that I visited Dr. Chavez and Dr. Verduzco and all the staff, and they just love their job. I mean, working with the special ed students is very challenging, but and some of the teachers at certain schools I was able to observe, and they really love their job because it takes compassion, it takes patience, but these are really vulnerable group of students that they will become part of our society. So yeah, it's really noble work that ABC is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Dr. Dila.
Just to clarify, so when you look at the funding sources on page 113, and you look at the revenues we're getting from our state and from our local contribution and from the federal contribution, the challenge is that this is a federal requirement. These are federal laws. And when it was signed into law 50 years ago, Congress intended every year to increase the percentage, and they've set what they would increase it to, and they've never met that requirement. And so part of the challenge is if they were to do their part and the state did their part, we would then be able to have the funding we need to not only appropriately provide services to our students with disabilities, but we would have the funding we need to do the other things to manage the district. And so I think while I love that our state has done this because the federal government has failed to meet what they said what they were going to do.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo, for that. Thank you, Dr. Chavez, for being here tonight and for the presentation, and to your whole team for everything you guys do to support all students. All does mean all, and I know from special day classes at elementary all the way to the adult transition programs, I know the students are having a good time every day because caring people are there looking after them. So thank you for being a part of that. With that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Action item 4.10A, may I have a motion to accept gift report 25-10 totaling $32,242.17.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen.
Con the board clerk. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we are grateful to the support from our community for the gift report totaling $32,242 for the month of May.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to again thank our community, our booster clubs, our PTAs for always supporting our students and our families. I think if you look across the action item, you can see all the people who just really want to make sure that all our students succeed. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi?
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, this is something that your city's very proud of, but I'm out of all these groups here, the City of Hawaiian Gardens has also been a real supporter. So thank you for your, I'll let you do whatever.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu?
Thank you to all the community members who make the donation. May I be excused to leave a little early?
What do you guys say?
I'd like to make a motion to excuse Board Member Hu.
I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You are excused. Thank you. Back to the action item, I also want to echo, I want to thank all our PTAs, our local businesses, our local alumni that come back and return and invest back into their schools, invest back into their community, and especially our city partners. The City of Hawaiian Gardens does a lot to support their students because they take pride in their youth, their future, what they say. So with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. May I have a motion to approve estimated actual financial reports for the 2025-2026 fiscal year?
So move McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. So this is an annual report that we are required to present to the board. And as the title indicated, this is an estimation of the current year operation, right? So the 25-26 school year is coming to an end in a couple of weeks, and this is where we are at this point. In the next 8 weeks, staff in the fiscal department will go through an exercise called closing the books, meaning to ensure that all revenues are accounted for appropriately and all expenditures will be accounted for in the proper year and in within the different funding programs. So, and we'll bring that back to the board in September for approval of what we call the actual. So as of today, on June 16, we are estimating that the revenues for the current year will be coming in at $324.3 million. This is on page 136 of the packet, where 247.2 of it is unrestricted and 77.1 is restricted. So for a total of, again, 324.3. With regard to the expenditures, if you go to the bottom line, we are spending a little bit more than that for a total of $344 million. Again, we are spending down the restricted programs. We are spending down because of needs that we have in a year where COLA was only 2.3%. with declining enrollment, we are just having, and I want to use the term structural deficit. The expenditures just happen to be higher than the revenue. So we are spending down the fund balance as intended, and that's why the money is there for, right, to support our students. So, but at the end of the day, for the current year, if you look at the net change, I want to go on record and report that we are spending down 4.2 million in the unrestricted program and 19.5 million in the restricted program for a total of 23.7 million. So that will bring our fund balance down from 72 million to 48 million. So that is the estimation for the 25-26 school year as of today. So with that, we are presenting it to the board for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm looking here at the unrestricted general fund, and the beginning balance was 11 million, and now it'll be down to 7 million of our unrestricted. And looks like the restricted is going down as per plan. Does this include, this includes the budget as of today as an actual? Does it include any potential pay issues that may come?
No, this is for the current year, since the year is over and the board has not adopt any compensation adjustment for the 25-26 school year. So for this year, this is it for now. Now, next year, when you look at the next item, when you adopt the 26-27 budget, that will be part of that conversation, and that will be part of next year's budget. So for you this year budget, there will be no compensation adjustment for the 25-26 school year.
So this does not include any increase that would normally go to the employees. It will be reflected in the following year, which would
Correct.
show.
Should we choose to do that? Yes.
And so this represents a zero additional pay, and the next budget, and it also shows a $23 million negative.
Right. Correct, because by as I've reported, we got a 2.3% COLA. All of that increase went to pay for health benefits. Pfizer, if you recall, last year went up by about 15%. And then we still addressing declining enrollment, which means we got less funding. So we are dealing with all of that. The board, if you recall, adopt a $5.7 million plan reduction. And even with all of that, we still at this 4.2.
So we should expect next year's deficit to be larger if we give any kind of raises, or it will mean also people.
Yes. So when we get to the next item, which is the budget, we can discuss that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 4.12A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt local control accountability plan and the budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
So move McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. At the last board meeting, staff presented to the board the LCAP, which is the Local Control Accountability Plan, and the budget as part of a public hearing for the board for thorough discussions. Tonight, we are bringing it back for adoption. So I will go over it again in summary on page 138 of your packet. So this coming year, we are projecting, right, anticipating total revenues to be $330.8 million on page 138. Again, of which 250.9 million is unrestricted and 79.8 million is restricted. Under expenditure, as you can see under net change, there's a positive now on the unrestricted because of all the adjustments, all the staffing, all the reductions, with a COLA of 4.11%, so it's a little bit higher, and with the additional special education funding that we just discussed. So we're going from a reduction 4.2 to a positive 2.1, so that's in the right direction, right? On the restricted program, we are still spending down the money as planned, another $12.4 million. So our funding balance, should we stay the course with this spending plan, will be an ending fund balance of 9.2 in unrestricted and 28.8 restricted. Again, to answer your question on any compensation adjustments, that will add to the expenditures and that will impact the bottom line. So it will come, the county will most likely require some kind of reduction plan should we do compensation adjustment to ensure that we are meeting the 3% minimum reserve requirement. So right now you see the 7 million or 9 million there. We do have another pot of money, 7 million toward the reserve. So we, as reported at the last meeting, we about 4%, which is about $14 million, a little bit more than 4%. So we are still above the 3% reserve requirement of today.
Thank
So
you.
moving on to page 139 and 140. So as part of the requirement is that we need to present to the board not just the budget year, but 2 years after that to ensure that the district has sufficient financial resources to meet all obligations. And as you can see here in the projection for the out years, we do have sufficient resources to meet all of our financial obligations for the budget year and the next 2 years. Again, this is as of today, before any conversation about compensation. So that is my report with the budget. It's a quick summary because we presented in detail at the last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi?
It is the budget. We have to talk about it. So as the public knows, so on page 140, our restricted budget will be down to about $1.5 million in about 3 more years, right?
Yes, if we are continuing with the spending plan.
And also presuming no raise. And we haven't given a raise in how many years?
So this is the second year without
years.
any. The 25, 26 will be the second year. 26, 27 will be the third year.
Okay. And well, I mean, so 2 years, and also we've had an inflation rate of how much?
So so
Not that it affects
right.
us,
So
but,
CPI is about 3% every year. So you can compound it and say 6.5% over the 2 years.
6.5%. Okay. All right. So all these projections do not include anything additional, but that will also mean something else has to be happening to the budget.
Yes, sir.
But we have made some cuts already. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. When will the cost savings from the school consolidations be seen in our budget?
So it is part of the 26, 27 budget, right? So we, the board, we consolidated 2 schools this year. So the saving is part of the 26, 27. There will be more saving in the 27, 28 school year when the phase 2 consolidation plan implemented. So we will realize the saving over the 2 years. And as reported, if you recall, right, how much is the saving per school? And the estimation was about $850,000 per school. All the personnel that we highlighted before, right, from principals, assistant principal, mental health professional, secretary, custodian, LMT, so all staff relating to an operation.
We budgeted for a marketing contract, and we presumed that would bring in more students. So are we tracking that to make sure we're doing everything we can to bring more students into the district, like offering out of district spots for Whitney? So when will we see that?
So thank you for that. Hopefully, well, of course, in the 27, 28 school year, right, as the board approved the Whitney plan, that will bring in more out-of-district permit students in the 23 per grade level in the 27, 28 school year. So we will realize that when we see the students come, right, there will be costs associated with that. But if you remember in the presentation, there's still a net, I don't want to say profit, a net
Revenue.
revenue. Thank you. of roughly $1 million, so in the 27-28 school year.
Okay, so we do see projections of revenue coming in. Okay, so
Definitely.
I want to see, I want to just make sure we're also focusing on positive
And we
too.
do have a report in our marketing efforts and how many families would click on the different outreach or reaches. What Mr. Smith can give. We have a report for the board
Yes, I see it.
on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi.
Just really quick. So this budget already includes the savings that we're getting from the schools and includes the revenue that we're hoping to get from Whitney, even though that some of that might be speculative.
Yes, for
But
the
it-
for the 27-28 school year.
27-28
right.
school years. So it doesn't includes all that's factored in. But it probably doesn't include a disposition of the properties that we have through 7-Eleven.
It does not at all,
So
and
that-
it will depends on the recommendation from this committee and the action by the board. We won't know
Correct.
until
So that might be a bright spot in our budget
Correct.
future years.
correct. So, for example, disposition of surplus property will have to be used on facility, but lease revenue ongoing and it could help with the operation of the general.
Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member McCann.
I know I asked you this the other day, but I don't remember your response. 7-Eleven committee, when is it going to start to meet?
Thank you for the question. I was just sharing with the superintendent that we are surveying them. The first meeting will most likely June 30th, so still within this fiscal year, or July 1st. We are surveying them, and then after that, they will set their own calendar on when they want to meet and how often. But our first meeting is, to answer your question, June 30th or July 1st. Depends on the committee.
They'll decide for themselves how often they're going to meet.
How often and how soon, and what's the best day of the week for them. So usually Wednesday is always so. Tuesday's board meeting. Thursday we have other committee. So Wednesday, most likely, is a good time for most people.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Any other board discussion? Seeing none, I just have one question. This is shifting gears into the LCAP. If we can just get a summary of Goal 5. I know we didn't really get to get into it at the last board meeting. For the equity multiplier focus goal for Tracy High School. I just have a few questions on some of the implementation challenges on chronic absenteeism for students with disabilities and low income on, if we could just let the community know how we're trying to increase those numbers or decrease chronic absenteeism.
At Tracy High School specifically?
Yeah.
Did you want me to provide a board briefing or just give you a brief overview right now?
I think just a brief overview.
Okay. So for Goal 5, which is the equity multiplier funds, we had to provide specific strategies under responding to the data that is specific to Tracy High School. Tracy High School is the only school that qualifies for equity multiplier, and it is based on their enrollment, and then it is based on their California. So Tracy High School leadership team, along with the council, met to view what their goals would look like. That's how their specific goal was developed. You can see it's a multifaceted goal because it not only addresses chronic absenteeism, it also talks about their graduation rates and some of the other challenges that, oh, look at that. It opened up right to the page. That's amazing. You have to scramble for it. So the specific goal is to improve graduation rates by 10%, increase English learner progress rate, increase on-time supports provided to students as measured by the number of credits, and improve suspension rates by 5%. So one of the major challenges at Tracy High School is the chronic absenteeism rate. We have challenges with students who just don't come to school or they come very late to school. Most often they tend to miss periods 1 or 2. A few years ago, the leadership team of the school and the principal at the time were very interested, and actually we had an interim principal at the time, which was Mr. Garcia, wanted to explore other structures that we could do and implement during the school day at Tracy to support chronic absenteeism, because for Tracy High School, if students are absent, that also affects the credits and their grades. That's how it's different than a comprehensive school, right? So we visited several districts and landed upon a schedule in which during the school day, on Mondays, for example, they see periods 1 through 5, and then the last period of the day is a repeat of first period. And it's not a repeat, it's an opportunity for students to catch up. That means if they've been absent to period 1, they get to make up their work within that same day with that teacher. The next day, again, they go to periods 1 through 5, and then the last period of the day, bless you, sorry, is period 2, and so forth, if that makes sense, until the rotation completes. So every day of the week, the students have an opportunity to see their teacher again from one of their classes to make up the work so that we address some of the academic challenges with that chronic absenteeism. We've also been working with staff to do home visits, working with their MHP and their specialized support counselor, and that's part of the plan as well. Not only to make phone calls home, but that specific home visits to address some of the needs of students and looking at alternative means to support our students either through short-term or long-term independent studies as well. That help?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Castro. I know that was a little on the spot, but you did a great job, like always. Seeing no other board discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Board members' reports. Do we have any reports? Board member McCann?
Yes, last Friday, I got a chance to go to 3 of the elementary schools that are having summer school, Nemus, Stowers, and Bragg. The curriculum is very well defined as far as language arts, math, art, and STEM. I got a chance to visit with all the principals. All the schools also have a special ed section. And I like the program of the attendance recovery, which I believe on days that they by.
Up to 10 days, yes.
Up to 10
that's
days,
correct,
okay.
yes.
So tomorrow I'll be visiting the other. Look forward to tomorrow. I attended the district barbecue on Friday, and I see all the departments here. On Saturday, I went to the LEAP performance where Tatiana had 2 darlings in the play, Dalmatians. And then I attended the Seroptimus International Artesian Cerritos Installation Luncheon on Sunday, and they said specifically to give a thank you to the district and the board for supporting their efforts for female students.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Nishi?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd actually like to start with several thanks to Scott Smith for being at all these events all the time. I mean, everywhere. I see him all the time, and he's like another brother. So I appreciate that extra effort that he does. CSBA, also the staff that helps me out to come up with some great ideas. And if anybody else has ideas that you want to advocate for on the state level, give it to me, because that's my job. That's what I'm doing up there, to advocate for our students. I went to CalTOG. It's not has nothing to do with the district except that it's for English language learners. And actually, a lot of people from ABC are at CalTOG. I mean, a lot of our staff is there, probably on a volunteer basis. They have a great, interesting idea. Multilingual school for everyone. So not just like dual language we have at for Stowers or for Ferguson or for Nemus, or just a few of the kids that are in the class. Like, everyone could be multilingual and everyone can get the benefits that are, then there's some documented evidence that you can do better. I know there's an issue of staffing, training. If we had a hard time to get enough Mandarin teachers, can you imagine doing it for every single kid in the district? But the goal is 2035, also pretty unrealistic. I get it, 2035 seems like a faraway time, but it's in a blink of an eye in terms of trying to get the teachers that are part of it. But that excites me because multilingualism in other countries like Europe, that's standard. It's not like, oh, that's a special thing. That's a standard thing all the way down to elementary level. And Japan is the same way. They're all learning English and all the other languages, and so that's not like a special thing. So I think that's a pretty hopeful goal that people can have. So that was the work that we've done at CalTOG. Also, I'm not going to report on all the evidence places that I've been to, but I would like to especially recognize a student that I saw at Crystal Cove, and so she was apparently inspired by our Day of Remembrance program that our staff has definitely encouraged and made strong, and she built something that's memorable at Crystal Cove that reflects her own history, her own background, and of the farmers that were taken there. Of course, it was 2 days after the big high tide and everything fell in the water. But again, our staff supports people. It's not just during the school days. I saw this I saw the principal from Carmenita come down there with her family. Her whole family has to come down there to support a student. And she does it voluntarily out of the kindness and joy of her heart, but also with her family too, that are like additional people that are there. So I can't let that extra effort by the principal of Carmenita to go unnoticed. Thank you for everything that you guys do, because we can't be doing this job if we don't have people who are also equally dedicated to the work that we do. So I ask you for unreasonable things, and you succeed in giving it to me, and I'm able to hopefully do things good for ABC the best I can. Sometimes I don't live up to it, but I try. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to touch upon the marketing efforts that I've seen in place on social media. I guess I might have been targeted for ABC, and they asked if I had a kid who wanted to go. And I said, let me just go down this rabbit hole. So I clicked yes, filled out my info, and I ended up getting, I think, a text and a call by our district staff here. And I got a very nice, pleasant voicemail. And I reached out to Scott and I said, your team's doing a great job, because they're really reaching out. And it happened all within maybe a week or so. So it was very quick. And I know that data has been presented to us on those I guess, reach outs. And so I am very hopeful that we'll get some good students through those measures. I was able to attend our monthly Head Start meeting. I believe we're in a transition right now in terms of where our Head Start location will be. So it was housed here at the district. Thank you to, again, our parent liaisons who come monthly to support our Head Start program. In addition, we had our LEAP Summer performance. This past week, LEAP Summer is a special program. It's 2 weeks long, and it's through director, choreographer, Mr. Sales. He works with 2 schools throughout the school year, elementary schools specifically, Leal Elementary and Whitman. I know he's trying to get in at more of the schools, so if you are interested in a similar type of theater arts program, do reach out to district. But what he was able to do in 2 weeks with about 59 kids was quite impressive. And I would like to thank fellow board members, district staff for attending. And it was a great show. The kids really, really had a good time. So thank you so much for the support.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Rios.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to really wish all of our students, our families, our educators, and staff a happy, safe, and restful summer. I think it's really important for all of us to take this time to relax, to recharge, and create even more lasting memories with those we love. And while you're at it, consider joining the excitement of the World Cup. It's a wonderful opportunity to really celebrate teamwork, to celebrate perseverance, and the unifying spirit of sports. I almost wore my jersey today, but then realized that they're playing on Thursday, so I was like, okay, I better hold off. But again, enjoy your summer, and definitely look forward to welcoming everyone back refreshed and ready for a great school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo Board Member Dr. Rios. Yes, thank you for an amazing school year, and get some rest, because we're going to be ready for all means all. I'm going to keep saying it so that we all remember. I'm officially on summer break. I officially moved into TK. Today was my last day of moving, so I get to rest and recharge and get ready. But I was able to attend a couple events. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mr. Rosewood's restaurant in Norwalk. He actually caters some of our school events here. and he celebrated his 10th year anniversary in the community. Jason Perez is also the president of the Norwalk Chamber Association, so he was recognized for helping our community members. I also went and dropped off some of my e-waste at Cerritos High School this past weekend. And so I did ask him, I said, does the school get funds for having you here? And he said yes. So I'm glad that we're doing that, helping our environment and also helping our school. I want to thank my city of Artesia, my council. Last night I went to a town hall meeting over in AJ Park on the north side, and residents came together to voice their concerns and just recognize that, you know, we work together, the city and the district, and when we help our community, we help our families. When we help our families, we help our students. And just like we were talking about safety, we want to make sure that our students are have a safe path to school. And so it was really nice to see the community come together and just continue to work on doing such a great job. I also was invited by graduating seniors. So these students all went to Nemis, and they graduated this year. Some of them did leave our district, but they came together and they invited me. So we took pictures in front of Nemis Elementary School. And it was just really nice to see that their friendship continued over the years, and they were still, even though they're out of the district, some of the students left, they were still have that relationship that they can continue. And so it was really nice to see them. And then just remember, we're ready next year to have our campaign, All Means All. So rest, recharge, and be ready. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Announcements. Next regular board meeting is Tuesday, August 4th, 2026 at 7 p.m. District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings, Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, August 26th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. District Conference Room. And some days to remember. First day of school for 7th grade is August 11th, 2026. And first day for all grades is August 12th, 2026. Second public comments.
There now, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So move, Mendoza.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, and we adjourn at 9:17. Have a great summer, everybody.